Hi everyone. Tonight we're not going to a castle. Instead, we're stepping into a small dim room under the sloping eaves of a New York boarding house in the 1830s. Outside, the city is just a silhouette against a grey dawn, and the only sounds are the distant groan of a ship's horn on the East River and the soft, rhythmic crackle of a fireplace being stoked somewhere below. It's the kind of scene that feels peaceful from a distance, all soft focus and quiet promise. But if you had to actually live here, to earn your keep by the slow, meticulous labour of your hands from first light until dusk, you'd understand the weight of that quiet. The reality is simple. Life was measured in physical sensation. The ache in your shoulders, the chill of the water you washed with, the relentless focus required to sew a straight line for hours. And if you had to fall asleep with the smells of glue, leather, and yesterday's coal smoke still clinging to your clothes, you'd discover quickly that your biggest challenge wasn't excitement or adventure, it was a profound, unending fatigue. You'd need to learn how to rest deeply in the midst of it all. So, before we leave this century completely and surrender to the pace of that older world, do me a favour. If these journeys into the sensory past help you unwind and disconnect, please let me know by liking this video. It truly helps. And if you want to join these regular escapes into history, consider subscribing. Finally, I'm always curious about the quiet community we're building here. If you're listening right now, take a second and drop a comment below with your city and the local time. It's a small thing, but it's amazing to feel connected across all those miles. Alright, let's begin. Take a slow breath and let's walk onto those cobblestones together. Find your comfort now. Let your body settle into the support beneath you, whether it is a soft bed or a welcoming chair. Allow your arms to rest heavily at your sides and let your legs sink downward, releasing any need to hold them in place. Begin by noticing your breath. Do not try to change it, simply follow its natural rhythm. Feel the cool air as it gently enters your nostrils and the warmer air as it leaves. With each exhale, imagine a small release, a letting go of the day you have carried until now. Your breath is a quiet anchor, and we will stay with it for a few moments, allowing the present to soften and blur at its edges. As you breathe, I will invite you to imagine a city slowly forming from the mist. Not the city you know, but one built from memory and sound, waking just before the dawn. This is New York in the 1830s. It does not ask for your study or your understanding, only your gentle attention. It exists now as a quiet possibility in the space behind your closed eyelids. Picture not sharp buildings, but soft shapes emerging from a grey and silver haze. See the gentle halos of gas lamps still burning along quiet streets, their light barely touching the wooden fronts of shops and the cobblestones still damp with night. The entire city is holding its breath, suspended in the hour between darkness and day. This is where our journey begins. We will take a long, slow walk through this sleeping world. There is no history to memorize here, only sensations to drift alongside. Your only task is to relax, to follow the sound of my voice, and to let yourself be carried. There is no need to grasp for images. Let them come and go like clouds. Your comfort is the only important thing. Now we will go deeper. Bring your attention to your feet. Consciously release any tension you find there. Let your toes relax and feel the weight of your feet spreading out. Imagine that weight is sinking slowly, comfortably, through the floor, as if you were resting on a sturdy, canvas-covered bale of cotton just unloaded from a dockside wagon. It is solid and supportive. Let this feeling of release travel upward to your ankles, your calves. Feel the muscles there becoming loose and soft, as if they were warmed by the gentle steam rising from a morning cup of tea held in nearby hands. Let go completely. Move your focus to your knees and your thighs. Allow any tightness to dissolve. Picture it fading like the last stars at dawn. Let your legs feel heavy and still, as if they were gently pressed upon by a soft wool blanket. Now, bring your awareness to your hips and your lower back. This area often carries the weight of the day. Imagine that weight is being lifted away, drawn down by the slow, turning tide of a distant river. Feel your spine lengthening slightly, with a comfortable space between each vertebra. Let your abdomen soften. With each exhale, feel it sink naturally toward your spine, a gentle and effortless movement. Guide your attention to your chest and your shoulders. With every breath in, imagine your ribcage expanding softly. With every breath out, picture your shoulders dropping away from your ears, descending like two peaceful birds settling onto a still branch. Release your upper arms, your elbows, your forearms. Let them be weightless, as if they were floating on the calm surface of a cistern, supported by the water. Feel all sensation leaving your fingers, leaving them tingling slightly, then perfectly calm and still. Now, to your neck and throat. Let these muscles, which hold so much, unravel. Imagine a smooth, warm stone resting at the base of your throat, its comforting heat spreading relaxation in all directions. Let your jaw hang loose, your lips barely parted. Your tongue rests easily in your mouth. Even the tiny muscles around your eyes and across your forehead can now relax. Smooth them out. Feel your eyelids becoming heavy, not with sleep yet, but with a profound peace. Your entire scalp relaxes, as if a gentle, caring hand had brushed across it. From the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, your body is now adrift in a sea of calm. Notice how you feel supported, cradled by the surface beneath you. This feeling of weightless comfort is like being lifted by a breeze that has travelled over the Hudson River, cool and fresh, carrying the faint, clean scent of water and pine. It holds you perfectly. And now, beneath all of this comfort, begin to listen for a sound that is always there. It is the sound of water meeting land. It is the slow, rhythmic breath of the island itself. Hear the distant, gentle push and pull of the tide against the wharves of South Street, against the rocks of the Battery. It is a soft, shushing sound, constant and endless. It was there then, and in a way, it is here now. Let that sound become the foundation of everything we will explore. The gentle crash and retreat over and over, a lullaby for the city and for you. Let your breath begin to match its timeless rhythm, in and out, just like the waves. You are safe. You are relaxed. You're drifting back through time, carried on that sound. Let the sound of the tide carry you closer now. That constant, soothing rhythm is the foundation, and upon it other sounds begin to arrange themselves, each at its own respectful distance, forming a slow and gentle map of the waking city. Listen not to any one sound alone, but to the pattern they create together, a soft tapestry woven for your ears alone. First, emerging from the silence between the waves, comes a steady, rhythmic clicking. It is the sound of iron horseshoes meeting rounded stone. Hear it now, a calm and clopping tempo from a street several blocks away. It is not a single horse, but the collective pace of many, pulling drays and carriages, their drivers silent at this early hour. The sound is dry and clear, like pebbles being tapped together in a slow, endless sequence. It comes and goes with the turning of corners, sometimes fading almost to nothing, then returning, always maintaining that same walking pace. It is the city's steady pulse, a reliable metronome marking the passage of the morning. Let that clip-clop sink into your awareness. It has no urgency. It is simply there, a familiar part of the soundscape, as natural as the tide, from a different direction. From where the water meets the sky far out in the harbour, a deeper note calls out. It is the low, mournful breath of a steam vessel. The sound travels over the flat water, a long, soft moan that seems to bend and stretch with the damp air. It does not startle, it announces. It is a signal of movement so far away it feels like a dream of travel. The tone holds for a moment, then fades slowly, absorbed back into the atmosphere. You wait, and in time it comes again. The same long, low note. Its repetition is profoundly calming. There is no message in it for you, only the assurance of a rhythm larger than yourself, a great mechanical breath exhaling over the estuary. Now, beneath the horses and beyond the ships, a new layer stirs. It is a murmur, a vast soft buzzing like a beehive heard from inside a thick garden wall. This is the sound of the markets beginning to stir. Washington Market, Fulton Market. It is not yet the distinct cries of hawkers, but the blended hum of countless quiet preparations, the scrape of a crate, the thud of a sack of grain, the low exchange of words between two men, the creak of a handcart's wheels. All these individual noises are lost in the distance, blending into a single living drone. It is the sound of communal life, warm and indistinct, rising and falling in gentle swells. It has no sharp edges. It simply exists. A background hum of activity that asks for no attention, a soft proof of the city's life. And then, rising above it all, clear and profound, comes the bronze voice of a bell. It swings once, and a single round note rolls out over the rooftops. It vibrates through the air, pure and resonant, touching everything. You feel it in your chest as much as you hear it with your ears. It marks nothing urgent, perhaps only the call to morning prayer for some. It is a sound of order, of peace. It swings again, and the note repeats, identical in its tone and weight. The sound seems to cleanse the air, pulling all the other sounds into alignment beneath its solemn resonance. After it fades, a stillness follows, more noticeable than before, as if the city is listening to the silence it left behind. These sounds do not clash. They exist together in a perfect, lazy harmony. The distant clip-clop of the horse, the far-off moan of the steamboat, the humming murmur of the market, the majestic roll of the bell. They are separate threads in the same quiet fabric. They come from their own places at their own times, and they never crowd you. They're always over there, across the square, down the street, beyond the river. Their distance is what makes them gentle. Their regularity is what makes them soothing. There is no surprise in this soundscape, only a deep, predictable pattern. The bell will ring again. The horse will take another step. The steamboat will sigh once more. This is the city's heartbeat, and you are safe inside its slow, reliable rhythm. Your own breath has long since fallen into step with it. Your mind does not need to follow the sounds, it can simply rest upon them, as a leaf rests upon the surface of a slow-moving stream, carried forward without any effort at all. As the familiar sounds continue their distant dance, you may notice the air itself begin to change. It is no longer just empty space, but a carrier of invisible stories. With each calm and easy breath you take, you can begin to trace the city's map not by sight, but by scent. These are the quiet, lingering breaths of the place, its most intimate history. There is no need to search for them. Simply allow your imagination to breathe and let these layers of smell come to you as softly as the morning light. First, carried on the same damp breeze that brings you the tide, comes a clean, sharp tang. It is the breath of the East River docks. Imagine the cold mineral scent of deep water mixed with the rich organic smell of wet rope and tar. Beneath that, the ghost of salt, dried on wooden pilings by 1,000 departed waves. And woven through it all, the honest, earthy perfume of fresh sawn timber, of stacked lumber waiting to become a building or a ship. This is the scent of beginnings and journeys, of raw materials and open space. It is a broad, expansive smell that fills the lungs with a sense of possibility, clean and bracing as the horizon over the water. Let it wash in and let it wash out with the rhythm of your breathing. Then, as if walking on an unseen path inland, the air grows softer, sweeter, warmer. You drift past the quiet facade of a bakery on Broadway, long before the first customer arrives. Here, the scent is one of profound comfort. It is the rich, yeasty fragrance of dough slowly rising in the darkness, a smell like warm clouds. It is the deep, golden perfume of bread baking in brick ovens, a caramelized, nutty aroma that promises nourishment and simple pleasure. This smell does not shout. It seeps through the closed shutters and hangs in the street like a promise. It is the scent of domestic warmth, of shared meals and the heart of a home. Breathe it in slowly. It is a gentle weight in the air, soft as the dusting of flour on a baker's hands. Turning now onto a narrower, quieter street of brick row houses, a different wood smoke greets you. It is not the sharp campfire of the wilderness, but the friendly resinous perfume of pine and maple logs burning in 100 humble hearths. This smoke is a thin, blue ribbon in the air, a scent that speaks of warmth against the chill, of a fire lit to boil a kettle or to take the edge off the evening damp. It carries with it the faint, nostalgic hint of last night's supper, of stew simmered for hours. This aroma is like a woolen blanket for the senses, familiar and protective, wrapping the neighbourhood in a cosy shared embrace. It is the smell of rest, of the day's labour being concluded. And moving through these settled layers, another scent passes by, transient and distinct. It is the honest animal smell of horse, of warm hide and clean sweat. It is accompanied by the deep, polished aroma of well-oiled leather from harness and saddle. This scent is not static. It moves with the creature that creates it, a passing cloud of musky living presence. It is a straightforward smell, without pretense, the very essence of the power that moved the city's carts and carriages. It comes, and then it fades, leaving behind only a memory as the dray turns the corner, its earthy note blending back into the tapestry of wood smoke and bread. These scents are the city's invisible streets. You do not walk on them with your feet, but with your breath. The salty timber of the waterfront, the yeasty warmth of the bakery, the resinous comfort of hearth smoke, the honest musk of horse and leather. They layer over one another, sometimes distinct, sometimes blending into a single complex fragrance that is simply the smell of morning in this place. None of them are overwhelming. They're faint suggestions, memories carried on the air, asking only for a moment of your notice before they change again. Let your breathing be slow and even. With each inhalation, draw in a piece of this vanished world. With each exhalation, release any thought, any effort. Simply be here, in this space between moments, breathing the gentle past. It is all around you, as close as the air. Now, as the scents mingle and drift around you, let your attention, soft and unfocused, turn toward the play of light and shadow. There is no need to see clearly. In fact, it is better not to. Picture yourself not as a person on the street, but as a quiet presence at a window, watching the world move by as through a gently fogged pane of glass. The details are not important. Only the slow, flowing impression of life matters. Let your eyes relax and simply receive the colours and movements as they come, like watching clouds form and dissolve in a calm sky. Perhaps you first notice the deeper shades against the grey morning, their small dark islands moving with a steady gravity. These are the crowns of gentlemen's beaver hats, a deep rich black or brown bobbing slowly along the sidewalk. They do not seem attached to individuals, but are simply floating orbs of shadow, tipping slightly in greeting or nodding in thought. They move at a walking pace, sometimes pausing, then drifting onward, part of a slow and dignified current. Around them, you might catch the occasional flash of a darker coat, a shoulder, but it all blends into an impression of sombre, purposeful movement, quiet and restrained. Then, weaving through these darker tones, come suggestions of softer colour and motion. Imagine the gentle sway of skirts, not as fabric, but as soft cones of muted hue, a dusty blue, a faded rose, a mossy green, shifting side to side with each step. You do not see feet or faces, only this graceful, oscillating movement, like bells ringing silently. A glimpse of a shawl, perhaps, a lighter patch at the neck, but nothing more defined. These swathes of colour float at a different level, a slower, more flowing tempo, creating a gentle counter-rhythm to the steady drift of the dark hats. Together they form a quiet dance of dusk and dawn moving down the street. From the edges of this scene, another texture emerges. It is a mass of a softer, more neutral shade, a pale, earthy tan, a humble oatmeal colour. This is the rough-spun linen and wool of labourers, of carters and porters and men just arrived from distant shores. It appears not as individual shirts or trousers, but as a field of coarse, comfortable fabric, slightly rumpled, moving with a more tired, patient energy. You see the suggestion of a rolled sleeve, the droop of a suspender, but again, no distinct face. It is a tapestry of toil, warm and human, its movement like the slow heaving of breath after work. It mingles at the crossings, this sea of simple cloth, with the darker wools and the soft colours, all parting and flowing around one another without sound. And everywhere, grounding this fluid picture, are the fixed points of the shop windows. Their glass does not show you wares with clarity. Instead, it captures and softens the entire scene. In one pane, you might see an elongated liquid reflection of the opposite building, a smear of brick red and window white. In another, the passing colours of a skirt or a hat slide across the surface like oil on water, distorted and beautiful. The glass holds the grey sky too, making each window a shallow, shimmering pool of cloud light and ghostly movement. These glowing rectangles are the still points in the river, the places where the flowing world pauses, becomes abstract and then releases its image back to the street. This is what you see, or rather, what you feel you see. A river of impressions, dark circles floating, soft colours swaying, coarse, pale cloth moving in patient waves, all of it reflected, broken and softened in pools of silvery glass. There are no sharp edges, no demanding faces, no stories you must follow. It is a tapestry of blurred life, a painting left out in the rain where all the lines have softened and run together. Your gaze can drift over it, without catching, without effort. It is simply there, a living, breathing mosaic of light and shadow and muted colour, flowing past you in a peaceful, endless procession. Let your eyes be as relaxed as your breath, receiving this gentle spectacle without question, letting it lull you deeper into a state of quiet observation, where seeing and dreaming become one and the same. Let the flowing colours of the street gently fade now, as if a curtain of mist has quietly descended between you and the window. That outside world was a gentle dream, and now you drift into a more private, more intimate space. You find yourself no longer observing, but being. You're in a small room, under a sloping ceiling. The air is still and cool, and you're wrapped in the deep, heavy comfort of a bed. You're waking, but not with a start. It is a slow, luxurious unwinding from the depths of sleep, a body and mind returning to themselves grain by grain with no urgency at all. The first sensation is the touch of the sheets. They're not soft in the modern way. They're rough, honest linen, woven with a sturdy hand. Feel the texture against your skin, a gentle, abrasive whisper with every tiny shift you make. It is not unpleasant. It is a familiar, grounding feeling. The fabric is cool where it has not been touched by your body's warmth, and warmly crumpled where you have lain. Your fingers, resting at your side, trace the simple raised weave of the cloth, following one thread and then another, a small, lazy exploration that requires no thought. The weight of the blanket over you is substantial, a thick layer of wool filled with coarse, carded fleece. It presses upon you with a gentle, secure heaviness, a warm embrace that holds you close to the mattress. You feel perfectly anchored, perfectly safe in this cocoon of simple textiles. And then, a sound enters this private stillness. It comes from somewhere below, deep in the belly of the house. It is the soft, percussive crackle of a fire being stirred to life in a large kitchen grate. The sound is muffled by floorboards and walls, but you can hear the dry rustle of kindling, the faint clink of an iron poker touching brick, and then the low, welcoming pop of a stubborn log catching flame. It is a domestic, nurturing sound. It speaks of routine, of a day beginning in the oldest way known. It does not demand you rise. It simply announces that the world below is stirring and you may join it in your own time. Let that soft, fiery murmur be a signal that pulls you gently upward from sleep, as slowly as a leaf rises through still water. As you listen, a new quality begins to soften the darkness behind your closed eyelids. It is light, but a light that feels earned. It does not switch on, it seeps. Through the narrow gaps between the wooden shingles of the roof, thin, precise blades of a pale grey-white glow cut through the motes of dust hanging into the air. You can almost see those specks of dust, dancing lazily in these luminous columns, turning from invisible to silver as they pass through the light. The beams themselves are solid yet weightless, laying themselves across the foot of the bed, painting stripes on the worn floorboards, illuminating a patch of wall where the whitewash has yellowed. This light has no warmth yet, only a pure, cool clarity. It is the very first light of creation, patiently revealing the humble world of your room, the plain washstand, the simple chair, the shadow of a coat on a peg. It reveals without judgment, and you observe without needing to name a single thing. When the moment feels right, a deep, calm breath rising from your chest, you allow your eyes to open. The room holds the light like a cup holds water. You move, not to rise, but to stretch. A long, slow expansion that travels from your fingertips down to your toes, every muscle lengthening, every joint releasing a silent sigh. The rough sheets drag softly against your skin. Finally you sit up, the wool blanket falling in heavy folds to your lap. The air of the room meets your neck and shoulders, a cool touch that makes you aware of the warmth you have left in the bed. Your feet find the floorboards, which are smooth and cold under your soles. You sit for a moment on the edge of the bed, feeling the transition from one state to another, from the horizontal world of dreams to the vertical world of the day. The fire crackles again, a little louder now, a promise of warmth waiting below. You stand, your body feeling both heavy and light. The motion is so slow, so deliberate, it feels like a meditation. You walk the few steps to the washstand. The china pitcher is cold and smooth under your palms. You pour water into the matching bowl, and the sound is a liquid clatter that seems too loud for the quiet room. You lean over, and with cupped hands, you bring the water to your face. The cold is a shock, but a gentle one. It is a clean, bright shock that washes the last cobwebs of sleep from your mind. It rushes over your closed eyes, your cheeks, your forehead. You feel it beading on your skin, tiny droplets catching the new light from the roof. You reach for the thin, rough towel hanging nearby and press it to your face. The coarse linen absorbs the water, and the friction is brisk and awakening. A soft scraping that brings a faint, pleasant warmth to the surface of your skin. Now, you turn to the simple clothes laid over the chair. Each piece is put on with a timeless slowness. The cotton undershirt, cool and loose. The coarse wool socks, one and then the other, pulled up over your ankles with careful attention. The trousers, heavy and stiff, fastened with buttons that are cool to the touch. The suspenders are lifted over your shoulders with a soft snap against the cloth. Each motion is a ritual, performed not out of haste, but out of a deep respect for the quiet morning. You are dressing the body, preparing the vessel, and there is a peace in the methodical nature of it. Finally, you pull on your worn boots, feeling the stiff leather conform to the shape of your foot, hearing the soft creak as you bend to tie the laces. You are ready. The door to your small room opens with a faint sigh of wood on wood. Before you is the top of a narrow staircase, descending into shadow. You place a hand on the smooth worn rail and take the first step down. The stair responds with a deep, resonant groan, a long wooden note that speaks of age and settled weight. It is not a sound of protest, but of commentary. Each step you take produces its own unique voice, a higher creak here, a softer moan there. You feel the slight give of the wood under your weight, a gentle elastic resistance. Your descent is a slow symphony of these quiet sounds, each one marking your passage from the private loft to the shared world below. The air changes as you go down. The cool, still air of the attic slowly gives way to a new, layered atmosphere. It is warmth you notice first, a rising, enveloping warmth that begins to touch your ankles, then your legs, then your whole body as you descend. It is a dry, radiant heat from the now minus robust kitchen fire, and with the warmth comes a symphony of quiet, comforting smells. It is the rich, earthy scent of coffee being ground, a dark and bitter perfume. It is the smoky, fatty aroma of slab bacon beginning to sizzle in a cast iron pan. Wholesome smell of porridge oats simmering in a pot, a scent like warm stone and cream. These smells are not separate, they braid together in the heated air, creating a single, nourishing atmosphere that feels like being welcomed home. The sound of the fire is clearer now, a cheerful, crackling presence. You hear the gentle clatter of a crockery bowl on a table, the soft scrape of a wooden spoon in a pot. These are the sounds of care, of a day being gently, kindly begun. You reach the bottom of the stairs and stand in the doorway of the kitchen. The room is filled with a golden, moving light from the flames dancing in the large fireplace. Shadows leap and sway on the walls. The warmth here is total, a physical embrace after the chill of the upper floor. You do not need to move or speak. You simply stand for a long moment, allowing the sensations of this humble hearth, the heat on your face, the glorious smells, the soft domestic sounds to soak into you. This is the heart of the house, beating slow and strong. It tells you, without words, that the day ahead is just another day to be lived with simple, patient grace. You are here fully present, and the slow journey from your bed to this warm threshold is now complete. The warmth of the kitchen hearth lingers on your skin as you step out into the pearl grey morning. The walk to the workshop is a short one, a few quiet blocks where the sounds of the waking city are still softened by the hour. You turn onto Pearl Street, a narrow way lined with the plain, honest fronts of tradesmen. The air here holds less smoke and more of the damp, mineral smell of the nearby river. You stop before a door, its green paint faded and blistered by sun and salt air. A small bell above it gives a single, clear note as you push inside, a sound that seems to close the door on the outside world behind you. You are met first by a particular smell, the true scent of the place. It is the deep, slightly sweet, and profoundly comforting aroma of paper and glue. It is the smell of dried linen rags turned into pulp, of knowledge waiting patiently between covers. Underneath that lies the sharper, clean scent of ink, and the earthy, organic perfume of leather waiting on a shelf. The air is cool and still, heavy with this library minus-like fragrance. Light enters from a large front window, falling in a great, dust mine, a smoted slab upon the long, scarred wooden table that is the heart of the room. This is your place. The peace of the morning settles more deeply here, in this space dedicated to silent, methodical creation. Your work begins not with action, but with a moment of simple presence. You stand before the great table, your hands resting on its smooth, worn edge, polished by countless sleeves and projects. Then you reach for the first stack. Your fingers sink into the cool, waiting pile of paper. This is your first and most constant companion, the sensation of texture beneath your fingertips. You lift a sheet. It is a fine, heavy paper meant for a gentleman's ledger. Its surface is smooth as a river stone, a cold, sleek plane that offers no resistance to your touch. You draw it toward you, and it whispers a dry, soft sigh as it slides over the wood. You align its corners by feel, your thumbs and index fingers finding the precise edges, a perfect, crisp 90-degree universe. Then with a slow, deliberate pressure you fold it, and it utters a clean,
decisive crick, a sound as sharp and satisfying as the snap of a distant twig. The two have come to meet, their edges kissing in perfect alignment. You run your thumb along the crease, feeling it rise in a sharp, warm ridge on the other side, sealing the decision. The next sheet is different, rough and porous. Your fingers feel every fiber, a landscape of tiny peaks and valleys. It is warmer to the touch, less aloof. It does not slide, it rustles with a soft, throaty sound as you move it. When you fold it, there is no crisp snap, only a muted, yielding thump, like a gentle pat on a pillow. The edges, when you bring them together, are fuzzy and soft, refusing a military precision, instead blending into one another with a forgiving humility. You press the crease, and it flattens into a wide, gentle valley. And so it goes, sheet after sheet. The smooth, cold plate that cracks with authority. The warm, rough sheet that sighs and yields. Your hands move in a slow, rhythmic dance of selection, alignment, and pressure. The sounds alternate crick, thump, crick, thump, crick. Thump, crick, thump, ache, quiet, irregular percussion beneath your fingers. Your focus is not on the paper, but on the sensations traveling into your hands, the coolness, the slight drag, the moment of resistance before the fold gives way, the finality of the crease. Your mind empties into this work. There is no thought, only touch and sound, repeated into infinity. The growing stack beside you is not a task to be completed, but a record of these peaceful, repeated moments, a measured breath made physical. From the other end of the table comes another rhythm, a deeper, slower counterpoint to your papery whispers. It is the sound of your master at work. Thump, pause. The solid, dense sound of a large finishing hammer being lifted and let fall, not in anger, but with perfect control, to press the leather onto a newly bound spine. Each thump is followed by the faint scratch of his hand, adjusting the leather a hair's breadth. It is a sound of immense patience, of force applied with tenderness. It is the heartbeat of the workshop, steady and unsurprising, and your own movements naturally find their pace within its patient frame. A gentle animal warmth begins to mingle with the smell of paper. From a small pot simmering on a hob near the master's end of the table, it is made from hides and bones, a humble primal aroma. It is not unpleasant, it is deeply organic, like the smell of a dense broth. It is the smell of connection, of things being made to hold together. It wafts over in warm, moist waves whenever he stirs the pot with a long stick, a scent that feels ancient and necessary. After a timeless period of folding, your hands move to a different task. Before you is a signature of pages folded and nested. You take a thick, blunt needle, its eye wide and waiting. You reach for the spool of strong, unbleached linen thread. The thread itself is slightly rough, a cord of tiny fibers twisted into one. You draw a length of it through a small, hard cake of beeswax. This is a new sensation. The wax is smooth and cool at first, then as you pull the thread through with firm, steady pressure, it warms from the friction. Your fingers feel the thread changing texture, becoming sleek, coated, slightly sticky. The scent of the wax is released, a honeyed, floral, sunny smell, a whisper of clover fields and hives, cutting softly through the deeper smells of glue and leather. You pierce the first hole in the fold of the paper signature. There is a faint, soft pop as the needle pushes through. You pull the waxed thread after it. The fibers now slick, meet the edges of the paper hull with a faint, tugging resistance before sliding through with a quiet, fluid ease. You feel every millimeter of that pull in the pads of your fingers. You go to the next hole, and the next, in undoubt, the needle a slow shuttle weaving back and forth. The action is a perfect, repetitive loop. The slight push, the brief catch, the smooth release. the pull of the thread growing longer behind the paper. Pull, pause, push, catch, release. Pull. Your hands work in the small, defined space of the book's spine, a universe only inches wide. The waxed thread leaves a faint, glossy trail on the paper, and its subtle, honeyed scent rises to your nose with each pull. You gather another signature and sew it to the first. The needle finds its path again. The rhythm resumes. This is not sewing to mend or to decorate, it is sewing to create a structure, a hidden skeleton. The pull of the thread is a gentle, insistent tension, drawing order from chaos, making a loose stack into a solid, flexible block. Your shoulders relax with the repetition. Your breath slows to match the pace of your hands. An undoubt pull and release. The world narrows to the point of the needle. The gleam of the waxed thread, the soft, giving resistance of the paper. Outside the window, the sounds of Pearl Street rise and fall like the tide. The sea lopping of horses grows more frequent, then fades. The call of a fishmonger from the corner arrives as a distant, melodic blur, then passes. A wagon rumbles by, its sound swelling to fill the window for a moment, then receding, leaving the steady thump scratch of the hammer and the soft rustle of your own work to reclaim the silence. The light through the window moves, the great slab of brightness sliding imperceptibly across the table, warming the wood where it touches, making the dust motes dance some off frantic ballet before settling again. You do not count the signatures. You simply sew until the pile beside your left hand is gone, and a neat, threaded stack grows under your right hand. The rhythm is everything. The cool touch of the paper, the smooth drag of the waxed thread, the faint scent of honey and hide, the deep grounding thump from the other end of the table. Your mind is quiet, a still pool reflecting only these simple, repeated actions. You are not making a book, you are performing a slow, attentive ritual of hand and heart. A meditation in threatened paper, where time stretches and softens, and the morning finds its deepest, most peaceful meaning in the silent, purposeful movement of your hands. The rhythm of the sewing, the thump of the hammer, the smell of wax and glue, these sensations begin to soften at their edges, like ink bleeding into damp paper. The master gives a single, slow nod, a gesture that speaks more of the sun's position than any words. The morning's concentrated silence is complete. You lay down your needle, the thread resting in its halfway point, a pause that feels natural and eternal. Your hands, which have held such precise tension, now feel loose and empty. You rise from the workbench, your muscles unfolding slowly, and step out of the paper-scented stillness of the workshop, back onto the cobbles of Pearl Street. The world outside feels suddenly vast and bright. The sun has climbed, and its light now falls directly onto the street, a warm, heavy gold that pools in the gutters and glances off the windows of the counting houses. The air has changed. The cool, mineral dampness of the morning has been baked away, replaced by a warmth that carries the complex perfume of the waterfront. It is the smell of sun-warmed wooden tar, of ripe fruit from a nearby stand, of brine and the faint, muddy odor of the riverbed at low tide. It is not a single scent, but a lazy, swirling mixture that hangs in the air, moving with the slowest of breezes. You walk without hurry, your boots making a soft, shuffling sound on the stones, your body feeling both tired and light, a vessel emptied of thought and filled only with the pleasant weariness of work done. You find your place on a low, weathered bench of grey driftwood, set back just far enough from the bustle of South Street. Before you, the masts of ships from the bare forest against the bright sky, their rigging a delicate black web. The water of the East River glitters with 1,000 shattered suns, a restless, dazzling carpet, but you do not focus on the grand view. You settle into the corner of the bench, your body leaning against its solid, smooth back, and you turn your attention to the small, close world of your own rest. From a cloth wrap, you take your noon meal. It is a simple, dense loaf of black bread. Your fingers feel its hard, rugged crust, a landscape of deep cracks and firm curves. You break a piece off. It does not tear easily, it gives with a soft, internal crunch, a muffled sound of compacted grain. You bring it to your mouth. Your teeth meet the crust first, and there is a firm, satisfying resistance before they break through into the dark, moist interior. The flavor unfolds slowly, a deep roasted, almost sweet taste of rye and molasses with a faint tangy sourness beneath. You chew. The act is slow, methodical. The bread is hearty, requiring real work from your jaw. It is not food you eat quickly, it is sustenance you commune with, each chew releasing another layer of its earthy, honest character. You feel the coarse grains against your tongue, the way they slowly yield and combine with your saliva. This is the taste of patience, of things that are substantial and real. You feel a sense of solid grounding, as if the bread's weight is settling not just in your stomach, but in your very soul, anchoring you to this moment of peace. As you chew, your gaze loses all direction. It rests on a narrow sunbeam that slants between two warehouses, illuminating a floating world of motes. Dust, perhaps, or tiny fibers from 1,000 bales of cotton, or flakes of dried hay. They dance in the radiant column, not falling, but swirling in an endless, weightless ballet. They drift upward on invisible currents, catch the light and flash like tiny stars, then tumble lazily downward only to be lifted again. There is no pattern, only a beautiful, chaotic serenity. You watch them without thought, your eyes softening, your chewing slowing. The dance of the dust is a silent lullaby, a hypnotic display of purposeless, graceful existence. Your mind empties into the spectacle, becoming as weightless as the specks themselves. Sounds reach you from the working waterfront, but the distance transforms them. The shouts of stevedores are not sharp commands, here they are drawn minus out, melodic cries that rise and fall like chants. Heave-ho comes a voice, deep and rhythmic, the ho hanging in the air like a note from a cello. Another voice answers from a different ship, a call and response separated by water and wood. There is the steady, grunting syncopation of men moving in unison, the groan of a rope under strain, the distant thud of a crate being set down on a deck. These are the sounds of labor, but filtered through the warm, thick air and your own state of repose. They become music, a symphony of human effort with all the urgency removed. Fragments of conversation drift by, carried on the same slow breeze that brings the smell of tar. To sailors pass, their speech a rough, pleasant patter. You catch only pieces, meaningless out of context or Easter the whole way the coffee and have honor his wife, are not for you to understand, they are merely textures of sound, deep voices rumbling with nautical slang and the rhythms of the sea. They come, and then they fade, leaving only the echo of their tone and the rhythms of the sea. A tone of weathered experience of lives spent between horizons. You listen as you would listen to the chatter of birds, appreciating the sound without seeking the meaning. All the while, the sun pours its energy onto you. You feel its warmth as a tangible weight on your shoulders and across your lap, a gentle, pressing radiance that soaks through the wool of your coat and the cloth of your trousers. The fabric, warmed, releases a faint, clean smell of sun on wool, a comforting toasted aroma. The heat sinks into your muscles, loosening the last vestiges of tension from a morning of careful work. It is a heavy, seductive warmth that encourages stillness. Your eyelids grow heavier. The combination of the solid bread in your stomach, the hypnotic dance of the dust, the melodic, distant work sounds, and the blanket of solar heat creates a powerful, irresistible languor. You are not sleeping, but you are no longer fully awake. You are in a state of suspended animation, a waking dream. The line between the outside world and your inner quiet blurs. The cry of the stevedore becomes part of your breath. The glint of light on the water is behind your closed eyelids. The taste of rye is the taste of the moment itself. Use it, a still point in the turning world, observing without participating, feeling without analyzing. The afternoon stretches out before you, not as time to be filled, but as a vast, warm chamber in which to rest. Your hands lie open and passive on your knees. Your head nods forward just a fraction. The city in all its distant, noisy industry is not a demand, but a backdrop, a pastoral painting whose sounds and smells and lights are composed solely for your serene and sleepy appreciation. You have become part of the bench, part of the sunlight, part of the slow, breathing rhythm of the dockside pause. Only this profound and wordless rest. The deep sunliness-warmed stillness of the dock bench slowly releases its hold on you. It is not a sound or a sight that stirs you, but a subtle shift in the quality of the light. The golden glare that baked the cobblestones has softened into a mellower, richer hue, a liquid amber that pours down the streets and turns the brick walls of the warehouses into glowing panels of rosin umber. The shadows, which were short and sharp at noon, have grown long and gentle, stretching out across your path like welcoming arms. A deep, internal clock, tuned not 2 hours but to the angle of the sun, tells you it is time to move. You rise from the driftwood bench, your muscles protesting the change with a pleasant, aching stiffness, a testament to the morning's labor and the afternoon's rest. You begin the slow walk home, your pace matching the day's gentle deceleration. The walk is different now. The urgent, clattering energy of the midday commerce has ebbed away. The carts are fewer, the drivers slouched in a tired silence. The cries of the vendors have ceased. In their places a pervasive, settling quiet, broken only by the soft, rhythmic scuff of your own boots and the distant, comforting call of a gull circling over the now minus quiet wars. The air, too, is changing. The complex, sharp smells of the working waterfront, the tar, the fish, the sweat, are being gradually washed away by the cooler, cleaner breath of the coming evening. It carries a hint of wood smoke again, but sweeter now, as if the fires being lit are in parlors and kitchens, not forge or factory. Then, as you turn onto a broader avenue, you witness the evening's quiet ceremony. Ahead of you, a lamplighter moves with a slow, unhurried gait, his long pole resting on his shoulder. He stops beside a cast-iron cyan post, fits his pole into a small lever, and gives a soft pull. From where you stand, you hear it clearly, a sharp, whispering hiss, like a gentle intake of breath. A moment later, a fragile blue-white flame trembles to life inside the glass globe. It gutters for a second, then steadies, growing into a warm spherical glow. The man moves to the next post. Hiss, and another globe of light blossoms. And the next. Hiss. Each new light does not simply appear, it pushes back the gathering twilight in a gradual, waveliness-like motion. The pools of soft, orange light begin to connect, forming a chain of luminous islands down the length of the street. The gaslight has a different quality than candlelight or firelight. It is steadier, more ethereal, casting long, soft, blurry shadows that sway gently as the flame within the globe breathes. You walk through this newly created world of light and shadow, the hiss and bloom of the lamps, a soothing soundtrack to your journey, a promise of guidance and safety in the encroaching dark. Leaving the main avenue for the quieter, narrower streets of your own neighborhood, the light changes once more. Here, there are no gas lamps yet. The illumination comes from the windows of the homes themselves. Each window is a square of soft, honeyed yellow framed by darkness. Behind the glass you see the faint, dancing flutter of a candle flame, alive and breathing. Some windows show the moving silhouette of a persona mother, setting a table. These are silent oblivious, intimate and peaceful. The light from these windows does not seek to light the street, it is meant for those inside, but it spills out anyway, painting faint, golden patches on the pavement below, offering a mosaic of welcome. You pass one after another, each a silent story of homecoming and evening ritual. And with these windows come the smells. They drift out through slightly open sashes and under-off frames, blending into the cool evening air. It is the smell of simple, hearty sustenance. You catch the rich, savory scent of a stew simmering for hours, the deep note of browned meat, the earthy sweetness of carrots and turnips, the herbal whisper of thyme and bay leaf. From another house, the warmer, simpler aroma of potatoes boiling in their skins. From another still, sweet perfume of apples being baked. These are not the elaborate feasts of the wealthy, they are the honest, nourishing smells of working families, of meals earned and shared. They speak directly to your own emptiness, not with urgency, but with a deep, comforting promise. Your own boarding house is near, and you know a similar warmth waits there. This knowledge, this sensory progression from the public glow of the gas lamps to the private glow of the home windows, from the open air to the promise of contained warmth, works upon your body. The mild, healthy fatigue from the workshop, which had been softened by the sun's caress on the docks, now returns in a full, warm wave. It is not a weariness of depletion, but of completion. Your shoulders feel the pleasant weight of a day's useful work. Now hang relaxed and empty at your sides. Your legs carry you with a steady, automatic rhythm that requires no thought. This fatigue is a softening agent. It blurs the edges of your thoughts, quiets the internal chatter. Your mind, which focused so intently on the texture of paper and the pull of thread, which later drifted with the dust motes, now holds only a single, gentle thought, the thought of arrival, of putting down the day, of surrendering to the quiet evening that has already, so patiently, laid its blanket over the city. Each step brings you closer, and with each step you feel yourself letting go, becoming simpler, quieter, ready to be absorbed into the soft light and the waiting stillness of home. The gentle pull of home has drawn you across its threshold. The door has closed behind you, shutting out the softly hissing gaslight and the golden window panes. You have ascended the familiar, creaking stairs, and now you find yourself once more in that quiet room under the eaves. The day, with all its textures and rhythms, its paper and thread, its bread and sunlight, is now a collection of sensations held lightly in your memory. Save for the faintest silver of moonlight tracing the line of the roof. You lie in your bed, the same rough linen sheets against your skin, the same heavy blanket a comforting weight, but now something quieter, deeper, begins to happen. The boundary between that day and this night, between that city and this room, begins to soften, to blur, to dissolve like sugar in warm tea. Bring your attention to your hands. Rest them palm minus up on the blanket, fingers gently curled. Remember the feeling of the paper, the cool, sleek surface of the ledger sheet, so smooth it felt like still water under your fingertips. Can you feel a ghost of that coolness now, a memory of that smoothness lingering in the center of your palm? Remember the rough, porous texture of the newsprint, a landscape of tiny fibers, a landscape of tiny fibers. Does the skin of your fingertips tingle with the echo of that humble roughness? Now recall the waxed thread, the way it slid, sleek and slightly sticky, between your thumb and forefinger as you pulled it through the paper. The gentle, insistent tug of it. Imagine that same sensation now, as if a single, invisible strand of that linen thread were resting in the cradle of your fingers, connecting you across the years. Now slowly press your palms down onto the sheet beneath you. Feel the real texture of your own bed linen. It is soft, perhaps, or crisp. It is cool or warm from your body. Notice it. Feel the weave, however fine. Now, let the memory of the paper's smoothness seep into this real sensation. Imagine the cool plate of the ledger sheet melting, spreading like a spill of milk into the fabric under your palms. Let the rough memory of the newsprint scatter into the threads of your sheet, becoming one with its texture. The imagined pull of the waxed thread softens, relaxes, until it is nothing more than the gentle pressure of your own finger resting against another. The old touch, the touch of the workshop, is not gone. It is sinking. It is descending slowly, gracefully, through the layers of time and thought, into the profound softness of your present moment. It is not two sensations, but one. The paper's sigh is the sheet's whisper. The thread's tension is the gentle clasp of your own hand. A past is not behind you, it is beneath you, supporting you, woven into the very fabric of your rest. Let it go. Let the memory become feeling, and let the feeling become peace. Now, turn your listening inward. In the silence of your room, what do you hear? Perhaps it is the low, steady hum of a machine keeping the air temperate. A soft, electric breath that fills the background. Listen to it, that constant, gentle drone. Can you hear how it mirrors the deep, humming murmur of the Washington market, a sound that was not a single voice, but the blended breath of a crowd? They are not the same sound, yet they serve the same purpose. They are the white noise of existence, a soothing blanket for the mind. Let them become one. Let the market hum become the room's hum. Perhaps you hear the faint, rhythmic crush of your own breath, or the distant, slowed pulse of your own heart. Listen to that quiet tide within you. Now, remember the sound that anchored our entire journey. The distant, eternal push and pull of the tide against the walls of South Street. That soft, choosing rhythm. Can you hear it now? Not with your ears, but with your memory. Let your own breathing become that tide. Let the in- breath be the wave gently gathering, and the out- breath be its soft retreat onto the shore. Your heartbeat becomes the distant, deeper tug of the current. The two rhythms, the one from then and the one from now, merge into a single, life-sustaining pulse. They are the same rhythm. And what of the other sounds? The steady clip-clop of the horse on the cobblestones. Listen for any small, repetitive sound in your environment. The tick of a clock, the creak of a settling beam, the faint buzz of a distant appliance. Hear it not as an intrusion, but as that same, reliable sea lopping, transformed. It is the city's heartbeat, translated for a new century. The deep bronze roll of the church bell, calling across the rooftops. Let any clearer, more resonant sound you hear, more resonant sound you. A chime from another room, a single, clear note from outside become that bell. Let it ring not to call to prayer, but to call to prayer, but to call to peace. All sounds from that bustling past and from this quiet present are shedding their names, their origins. They are no longer street sounds or room sounds. They are simply notes in the same endless, soothing lullaby. The song has no beginning and no end. It has always been playing. You are simply hearing a different verse of it now. Let it wash over you, a harmony of then and now, blending into a single, beautiful drone that cradles your awareness. Finally, let us return to that small room, to the young man named Eli. The candle by his bedside has burned low. Its flame, once a tall, dancing spear, is now a small, blue teardrop clinging to the wick. It throws a last, wobbly circle of light on the sloping ceiling. He watches it, his eyes heavy. The scent of beeswax from his workshop still faintly on his fingers mingles with the smell of the cooling tallow from this candle. His body is heavy with the same good tiredness you feel. Unmoored from the specifics of the day, he sees not the ceiling, but vague, shifting shapes, the fold of a paper becoming the sail of a ship, the pull of a thread becoming the line of a distant horizon. He is not thinking. He is drifting. The flame flickers once, twice, and then it goes out. A tiny thread of smoke rises, a final sigh, and is lost in the darkness.